friends. How are you? Alright. Let's dive in. Let's get right in. Yeah, thank you, Thrumbo. Thank you, Thrumbo. It's been... Oh, it has been troublesome. It has been a little bit tricky. Lisa, good to see you. Welcome. That's one thing I need to turn off. Thank you, Brooke. Yeah, I'm gonna turn off sound alerts and, how far to make you smile, thank you. I'm gonna turn off the sound alerts. I hate to break it to you guys, but I'd like to just chillax. So, last time you saw me, we had an emergency in the back. Taking it day by day, man. Taking it day by day. Yeah, but we're getting through. We're getting through. I appreciate it. Yeah. So in case anybody did not know, why is this upbeat? Alright. There we go. That's better. Hopefully you guys can hear it. Maybe. I don't know. The heck just happened right there? Yeah, we're doing a bit better. We're taking it day by day. That's the other alert that I needed to tone down a bit. Now I see why it's loud. Oh goodness. You're fine. You're okay. Now I see why my alerts were loud. It was right on my OBS the entire time. See, taking a break and then coming right on back, it makes you see things a little bit clearly now. Estelle, I appreciate the Prime, my friend. Thank you. Your phone is getting bad. It's okay. It's alright. No, it's okay. I'm going to roll along with it tonight. I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to roll along with things tonight. Yeah, so where do I begin? Let's go back about a week and a half ago. Yeah, last time you guys saw me, I was beat. I was beat, man. It was rough. It was pretty damn rough. That is for darn sure right there. Like, I also need to put something right on top of this frickin' camera here so I can keep an eye on it to address you guys. But me and my brain are just like, yeah, let's just look around and talk. I don't know. Anyways. Yeah. So let's go back to not this past Friday, but that last Friday. It was pretty bad. My, emotions were like wicked crazy. My emotions were all over the place, and I was tired because I had to work and everything. I believe I was driving or something. I can't remember. But, yeah, I was either driving or back at home, at the store or something. I can't recall. But that Friday morning, on Friday the 6th, 10 days ago, we had a scare here at the house. We had a scare at the house. Like, we had my grandmother, who had been staying with us. Now, I'm gonna tell this to you guys. I'm gonna tell you guys what I've been dealing with and what has been going on behind the scenes and such. So, for those of you guys who are brand new, for those of you who did not know, I had my grandmother stay here since May. She moved in suddenly, back in early May, because there was something going on. So we learned that she had dementia. And throughout the summer, throughout the fall, throughout this past winter and everything, it was, I'd like to say, a learning journey. It was a journey. It was a tough journey. I mean, nevertheless, it was my own grandmother. And then it was a little frustrating, because it was almost like raising a toddler in a way. And so, yeah, just learning all the different things about dementia and everything. I'm gonna get into that a little bit later. But let's flash forward over to this past Friday. So, or not this past Friday, but the Friday before, on the 6th. God, I'm getting all mixed up already. So you guys can probably see it in the last stream and everything, which is still up over on the page and everything. I still have that VOD that I gotta upload and everything. So I've been uploading VODs a little bit slowly. So I don't know if you guys had noticed that, but I mean, just trying to keep everything working, even though I'm dealing with this. So Friday the 6th, I was awoken up. Now, during that week, my grandmother had been sleeping a little bit more and everything, and we were learning that as they sleep more and such, it could mean a number of things. You come first, Tink can deal with reruns, call it cable. So she had been sleeping a little bit more. I guess she was feeling weaker and everything. Like not having strength in her legs or in her arms or whatever. With this or that. It was kind of crazy. We tried having her go around with like a walker, like a regular walker. And she was fussy about that. She's like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do any of that. So we had an alternative. We had a different walker, but with like those seats and everything. It was a walker with a seat and everything, so she could just like be glided along the floor and everything. It worked out perfectly. She liked that, but the downside to that, it was loud outside the frickin' out in the frickin' hallway. So we have tile floors over in the kitchen in the hallway, right outside my door, and you could just hear across it. How the hell did this get here? I don't know how that got here. I never purchased this. Not muting your mic is the new reply all. Okay. Interesting. I don't know how that ended up there. Somebody must have just got that and left it over here while I was at work. Okay. Thanks. So yeah, that little roller walker wagon, as my mom would call it, would be like, okay, get in the wagon, sit in the wagon. It would be a godsend because it was easier for her to be transported around the house. So, she was feeling weak and such. She was getting weaker and everything, and we could see it. It was just like, oh boy. It was already rough seeing her go through all this crap and everything else. That Thursday night, Friday morning, I get woken up at 2:45 in the morning. 3 in the morning. Now I'm resting because I have to be at work from 9 in the morning. And everything. I got woken up because she was probably shuffling around or whatever. I get up, I look outside my door, and I look in the doorway and everything. She's like hunched over and everything with that roller cart and everything. Mom's downstairs. She's comes around the corner. I look over and I'm like, she's up and everything. So we get her into the walker thing, thinking, okay, she's just got to use the restroom. Nope. So Mom tries to sit her up so she can do her business and everything. And I guess what happened, I wasn't in there, because, I mean, why would I be? I heard Mom call out, Chris, go get Dad now, and everything. And so I bolt up the stairs and everything. My dad's already in a dead sleep, 2 hours in after just coming home from work. And I'm like, she needs you right now and everything. And he's like, yeah, I'm coming. So he comes down, and Mom, I can hear shaky voice in my mom. And she's like, I think she's starting to go. And everything. So now my emotions start to run a little bit high. I feel a little bit nervous. My heart is racing. I'm getting a little shaky and everything. And my parents told me to stay in my room for a little bit and everything. And it's just like, I can't believe this is happening right now. This is, I can't believe this is like seriously happening right now. So I come out because I'm checking on my parents, seeing if they need help with anything, if they need anything. And then what they did was they rolled her back into her room and everything, and lie her up on her bed and everything. Mom's sitting in the chair that was in her room, looking over, and she looks over at me and looks right back at her mom, my grandmother, And she's like, you may want to say goodbye because I don't know if she's going to make it or whatever. And I start tearing up. I'm tearing up. I'm a little shaky in my voice. I'm like, I don't know what to say. I don't know how. So, I guess what had happened was, and this is what my mom was telling me and told some folks. I guess what had happened was like a little internal seizure or something. Not like a stroke or something, but like it was like a little seizure or something. And I guess she like gasped out like a couple of times and then passed out, wasn't breathing, then came back, passed out, wasn't breathing, came back or something. I don't know. And like it was like she was coding on my mom. It was like she was coding on my mom. And so that was rough to deal with. Getting back to sleep. Getting back to sleep was not easy. I'm scrolling a little bit through Facebook. I try to put on a video and everything, close my eyes, try to fall asleep. I think I fell asleep like around 3:45 after this whole ordeal. I threw some like lavender essential oil. Hang on a second. I'll show you what I mean. Where are you? There you are. So I've used essential oils for years, and goodness gracious, they're incredible. All natural, better than frickin' pills. So this is what I was using. This is Nature's Truth Lavender. What that would do is that would help ease the stress and calm down. It's like soothing, kind of. So I've had some where it would help cool me down and calm me down and everything. So what I would do, get a little whiff of it, spit some on my arm, both sides, do the other arm, both sides. Then I get behind my ears. Then I would rub it in. Just like so. So I would do that. And it's either too soft or it's too low. Kind of watching the levels over here on OBS. Anyways. So I put that on and falling back asleep. I eventually do get a little bit of sleep. And so wake up the following morning. Still a little bit nervous and everything. It's like 7 o'clock in the morning. I'm just could not fall back asleep for another hour. Not after that. After that, I was just like wide awake at 7 in the morning. I was just, I couldn't. Yeah, I then asked my parents, do we need anything before I come home from work? Because usually what I will do is I will ask if anybody needs anything while I'm over at the store. So I can pick it up, bring it home, they can pay me back. Or would I put towards like groceries for the house and everything, I would pay towards like a bill or something, like the car payments or the phone bill, XYZ. So my parents are pretty fair on that. So off I go. My grandmother's on the couch. My grandmother's on the couch. I come back. She's in the same spot. 10 hours later, she's in the same spot, just dozing away. She would raise her eyes, look around, fall back asleep. She had like a towel over her, and I noticed some like cracker bits and everything. There was some crackers. I guess Mom was trying to give her some crackers or stuff. Mom also tried to give her like a popsicle and with the medicine. I guess she didn't like the medicine that was given to her. And then she was like not really trustworthy with anybody after the medicine. So she wouldn't even go for a popsicle and everything. And usually she would be like happy-go-lucky with ice cream or a popsicle. So, unfortunately that didn't work. And it's like, in my mind I can already tell, yeah, this is coming to an end pretty soon. So throughout the weekend, it was like touch and go and everything. She didn't really eat. She didn't really drink. And she was just like snoozing all day. Snoozing all day. My parents tried to help her, like, go and use the restroom and everything, and things were a little bit softer. Not bathroom-wise. I assure you, I would not want to know that. Things were a little bit soft-wise. My parents were, like, talking in a low, sweeter tone and everything. My mom was in a low, sweeter tone and everything. Even though she was like a butt, even though my grandmother was being a butt, sometimes, like a little witch sometimes and everything, I mean, you know, Mom knew it was, getting pretty close. It was pretty rough. So, we all could tell, and it was just like, the biggest thing we had to do was have her be comfortable. Have her be comfortable, make sure she's safe, make sure she's not, like, hurt or harmed and stuff. So, we wanted to make sure she was safe. She was, surrounded by loved ones and everything, in which she was. So, Sunday rolls around with the Super Bowl and everything. Everybody's talking, hey, it's the Super Bowl. Hey, it's the Super Bowl. Are the Pats going to win? Are the Pats going to win? This, that. Spoiler alert, the Pats did not win, sadly. The Seahawks won. So, congratulations, Seattle. Before the Super Bowl and everything, I had made the decision to hold off on the streams and everything. Hi, Colby. How are you? That's what matters, having who you love. Exactly. Exactly. Um, so yeah, Saturday I made the decision because that Friday, after that scare and everything, and seeing how things were, I'm like, I need to take a break. I need to be here for my family. I have to be here for my family. So I took those few days and everything. I took some time and everything to like do some cleaning, do some maintenance, do some computer work here and there. And it was good because I needed to get a couple other things taken care of. Like, I needed to take care of stuff back here and such. So it was good that I took a break, but I mostly, like, I work as I'm doing work and stuff over back here. I'm telling my mother, I'm telling my parents, you know, I'm holding off on streaming so that I can be here for you guys and everything, be around and everything. Like, it's okay. You just go ahead and do your streams, do whatever you'd like to do. And it's like, well, I did this. I took the break because I knew I needed to take it mentally, and because I didn't want to have to abruptly stop the stream and go like to the be right back screen, run out, and then hit the off air button in an emergency. I didn't want to do that. I did not want to do that to you guys. I didn't want to leave abruptly. I didn't want to leave like sudden and then deal with this, like throw my headphones over and just run off to take care of whatever was going on. So I did not want to do that to you guys. So Saturday I made the call to hold off on streams till further notice. And here we are back today. So after making the post that I was postponing streams and taking care of things and everything, the weekend's over and everything. The Pats lost in the Super Bowl. And politics be stupid politics, go figure. Anyways, not worried about any of that. I was worried about what was going on here at home. So Monday rolls around and everything. I guess my parents were like trying to help my grandmother go to the restroom and everything. Nothing was working, so we had a visiting nurse who would come up, check up on us and such. We even had like a social worker with hospice and such come up to check with us and help us out with talking and this and that. So Monday I came home and there's a hospital bed because I heard that there was going to be a hospital bed. I thought they were going to set it up in her room. No, my parents moved the love seat and everything into her room on its side and everything. And the hospital bed is right in my living room. So I'm like thinking to myself, I don't know how I will feel sitting right over in this corner again. Jokingly, of course, but I'm sure at first you would think, oh my god, that's wicked eerie or whatever. But I mean, people have done it a long time, I guess. Like some people still sleep in the same room where their, loved ones had passed and stuff, and it was like, oh. Even back in the day, from what I heard, they would have, not to sound morbid or anything, I guess before the funeral, people would pick up their loved ones or whatever. The body would be like there for like a few days. Again, I don't mean to sound morbid. This is what I was told and everything, and it's just like, that's just fucking freaky. Like, I don't mean to sound creepy or anything, but that's just, ugh, yuck. Tuesday rolls around and everything. Obviously back to work and everything. I'm at work taking care of stuff. No change. Monday, well, the Monday before the Tuesday and everything, obviously. That's how days work. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, etc. So that following day that they had the, after the hospital bed was put in, their nurses did a catheter. And, I'd rather not talk about a catheter. Just the way it sounds and everything. If you're wondering what a catheter is, look it up. Shock yourself. Just shock yourself. Like, Google what a catheter does and where it goes and everything. It's just like, nope. Mm-mm. Did not want to see any of that. Meanwhile, so I come home Monday night. My grandmother's in the hospital bed, snuggled up and everything. Yeah. D, hello. Hello, my friend. How are you? Tuesday there was no change. She was just sleeping most of the day. She would poke up her head, look around and everything, this and that, and then doze right on back. Poke around. The dog would like poke her hand or whatever. As she was on the couch, then she moved over to the hospital bed. And so, so then I'm gonna turn down the music here. So then Wednesday rolls around. Doing okay, D. Doing okay. Wednesday rolls around. I am hearing a little bit of commotion out in the living room, because there's sometimes some commotion out in the living room or the kitchen early in the morning before I go to work. I hear my dad calling his boss, saying that he's going to be staying home, XYZ. So I look over at the clock. It's about 8:25 in the morning. And I get up just as I'm about ready to grab a work shirt to get ready to go to work. I get a knock at the door. It's my parents. They come right in. They're saying, hey, you're gonna want to call out and everything. Their grandmother has just passed and everything. And I'm registering it. I'm registering that my grandmother that I've had since I was born, who has watched me since I was little and has watched me grow up to be the person I am, is now gone. And they're like, take a minute, call work, let them know what's going on, and We'll see where things go. So I call my management team. I tell them, hey, this my grandmother just passed. I'm not going to be able to come in and everything. I will be back within a few days here and there. So after that phone call, I take a deep breath. I come right out, take my morning meds because I gotta take meds and everything. Yippee. So I go out. And here's my grandmother in that hospital bed, peacefully laying there and not breathing, not moving, nothing. No sign of life. She passed away peacefully. This was my grandmother. Thank you, Spader. Thank you, Spader. And not only a big thank you to Spader, thank you to all of you guys for the love and support through this. This was definitely a learning journey. This was something that was pretty rough on all of us this past year and such. So it was pretty rough. Lisa, her name was Rachel. Her name was Rachel. Rachel was my grandmother's name. So that morning I am just letting it sit. I'm letting the news sit and stuff. I'm trying to just take care of things and everything, whatnot. Couple hours later, a few hours later, my sister is up at the house and she came all the way from Haverhill, Mass, up to the house and everything. And then my aunt and my cousin come up. And I guess my cousin messaged my mom, hey, if you guys want to take the day and everything to go and do stuff, I'll watch your grandmother for you and everything. Little did they know that she was gone already and such. So I'm not gonna throw family drama into the mix, but there was stuff in the background there. Let's turn this back up. So, where was I? Aunt and cousin, that's right. So my aunt comes up and my cousin come up. They did not realize that she had passed peacefully that morning. So we had a nurse, the visiting nurse, come up and she had confirmed that she had passed peacefully. Right around, I'd like to say 8:15 or something like that. I don't know. After that, around I don't know what time it was. Time was like not a thing Wednesday. Um, we had some funeral folks come up and everything, and they were gonna transport her and everything. So I'm out with my sister and my brother over in the breezeway. My mom is in the hallway as they are moving my grandmother out into the van and such, to transport her over to Concord. So what this particular company did was, I guess she had signed up for a service when she passes and everything. She signed up down in Sarasota, Florida. There was a sister company to that company in Florida up here in New Hampshire that did the services, walked people through the process and everything, which was nice. And they were wicked professional, wicked friendly and everything. So, I mean, kudos to those guys. I don't even know their names or the company names, nor do I want to even look up the names just to figure out who the heck these people were. But kudos to those guys and their amazing support for that. So, as she's being transported out of the house, I'm sobbing. I'm alongside with my sister. I'm crying with my sister. And then just memories of like the good times as a kid over at her house in Rochester. Like had hit. I don't know what it was, but like these flashback memories like came right in. And like I'm remembering like Easter. I'm remembering the times that I would visit and play video games or watch cartoons at the house and everything, or try to help Vanna White with the letters on Wheel of Fortune, because my grandparents had a big TV and everything. And I'm like, oh, the letters, here, let me help you out with that, Vanna. So I would switch sides of the TV and everything when I was little, and I would go from one side of the TV to the other side, just like Vanna White. And, yeah, that was fun. And then I can remember when my grandmother had tried to pull me away from my grandfather's drink. Now, my grandfather, in this particular house, in their house, they had a full bar downstairs in the basement and everything. They had 4 bar stools. There was a bar right there. There was fridge, there was liquor in the back and everything. The whole works. The works. Little did I think, because here's 5-year-old me, I look in his giant big gulp cup, because my grandfather had these giant freaking like XL Burger King sized like cups and everything. And they were plastic and reusable ones that you could throw into the dishwasher and reuse over and over and over again. That's how pretty cool they were. Anyways, so... oh, actually, I have like it was almost like this size. Something like that. And I look in, it's black soda. It's Coca-Cola. I'm thinking to myself, I like Coca-Cola. This is my 5-year-old brain, mind you. This is my 5-year-old brain saying, Pop's got Coca-Cola. I like Coca-Cola. So I go and take a swig of said Coca-Cola. My grandma turns around and looks over and she jumps, tries to get me and everything. I swallow the drink and I put down the cup. My grandfather looks over and he's like, oh no. All of a sudden, I'm like, yucky! Yucky! Pop's drink is yucky! No! Little did 5-year-old me realize up until years later that my grandfather had rum and Coke in that freaking cup. So that memory comes in, and I'm like, oh great, that's a good memory right there. I'm not gonna let that one slide right there. Yeah. Uh-oh, rum and Coke, yep. Hi, Amazon, how are you? Oh, man. I'm gonna fix up my chair here. There we go. Do I actually want to turn on my charts? Let me see. Do I want to turn on my charts? Give me just a second. You lost your sobriety at age 5. I had my first alcoholic beverage at age 5. It was only like a shot. And my pea-sized brain was just like, I love Coca-Cola. So... You evil, evil man. Don't blame me! Blame my grandfather! He had the rum and Coke right out in the open, and 5-year-old me liked soda. My 5-year-old me was like, I like Coca-Cola. I like Sprite. I like Pepsi. And then I look at my grandfather's cup. Ever since that day, Snivy, by the way, welcome, I had learned to keep my hands off of other people's drinks. So once I had my own drink, it was mine. If my brother had a drink, it was his. If my sister had a drink, it was hers. Literally kept my hands off of everybody else's drink since that day. So that was one of the flashbacks that came back to me and such. I was like, oh, well, that's a good flashback to laugh at and everything. And then memories of, like, Easter, doing Easter egg hunts and everything. My grandfather would have this camera. Actually, I still have that camera in my closet. Give me just a second, because I was here for almost the entire story. It was very touching, and I'm very sorry for your loss. If you ever need someone to talk to, I'm one DM away. I thank you for that, Snivy. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. I'm hoping later this week, Snivy, that I will look into Chase RP. I was going to look into it last Thursday, but due to everything going on, I was just like, I need to take care of stuff. I had to take care of myself and everything else here at the house. So give me just 1 second, because I got something to show you guys. Now, this... Hopefully it's still in here. Yes, it is! Ha-ha! It is still in here. Okay. So, I can't believe I still have this. I've had this since my grandfather passed in 2010. Alright. So we're going to open this up. There it is. I would remember my grandfather. Do not blame yourself. I'm not. Blame the 5-year-old brain in me thinking, oh, it was just Coca-Cola. It's still it's a funny thing. My parents got a kick out of it. My grandparents got a kick out of it. I was just sitting there like, Pop's drink is yucky. Why are you laughing? That stuff is horrid. So, yeah, I forgot I labeled the batteries. That's right. Yep. So this was the camera that my grandfather would take around with him all the time. And I guess there was like a screen? No, there was no screen. There was no screen on this particular camcorder. Not like the ones that would pop right out and you'd be like, hey, look at this. You would literally look through the lens like so. And pan around. He would zoom in, zoom out, and everything. I loved this freaking camera. Whenever he brought this thing out, I was feeling like a movie star. You could do a snapshot on it, and in the middle of the video, the video audio would still be going in the background, but it would show the video still with that snapshot. And so, memories of, like, Easter came into my mind. He had the camera out, and he was like, alright, find the eggs. And everything. My grandmother was out there, too. And stuff. This camcorder has traveled the nation and across the world as well. This has been to Germany. There is, I think the cassettes are still in here, I'd like to say. Holy shit, there is a cassette in here. Holy shit, there is a cassette here. Okay, you guys want to see how old I am? This is how we used to record stuff from the TV and play it back and everything. You had to wait to rewind these. This is labeled Florida Home, April 2007. I think this was before. Their last house in Venice, Florida. This was the battery charger. I am not giving up this fucking camera. This is still sealed! 50-cent charge if not rewound. Exactly. This is still sealed. This was never used. Oh my god. I'm trying to think, like, if I were to get this thing up and working, how I would transport it from this video to digital video. I know there's services for this and you have to pay money for that. But if I were to do like a ancient artifacts. Yes, they are ancient artifacts. These belong in a museum. From the prehistoric era, no shit. You don't want to know what else I found in this bag. I dug through this bag when my grandfather passed, and you don't want to know what was in this bag beforehand. So, it was nasty. Anyways. I was trying to think if I was to do like an old style like documentary. No, it wasn't Richard Simmons workout gear, thank the heavens. Ugh. That would have been like uberly nasty. I'm gonna go put these back right now. But no, the flashbacks of like Easter came into my mind. My sister's birthday came into my mind because anytime my grandfather had the camera out, I absolutely loved being recorded on film. Like ever since I was young, I've always wanted to be like on TV and everything. Let's flash forward years later. Here we are. Hi, everybody. Hello, Elsa. Hello, hello. If you're wondering why you're not gonna hear any sound effects and everything today, we are we're chilling, we're chatting, and we're taking things a little easy and everything. It's going, Elsa. It's going. Just going through stuff and whatnot. So, Unhumane, welcome. If you guys are just joining us, let me bring you guys up to speed and everything. So, I had just lost my grandmother Wednesday. Mind you, if you guys are trying out like sound effects and everything, I have them turned off because we are chillaxing. We're easing our way back in. I had to hold off on streams for about a week and a half and such. So this was my grandmother who sadly passed away, and it's okay. It's alright. I'm not going to throw you under the bus and say, what the fuck are you doing? Jesus Christ, Unhumane. What the fuck were you thinking? Like, I'm not going to be that guy. I am not going to be that guy, so. Thank you, Unhumane. Yeah, she passed away peacefully. And she was surrounded by loved ones. He won't, so I will. Oh, fuck off. Jeez, and Crow down just dove in. I should probably pull up the charts here. Not to sound morbid or anything, but as we were mourning the loss and everything, my charts were open and I had spotted a trade. You didn't do anything. Relax. Relax. I had gotten a winning trade. I got a winning trade. Wednesday. It's like, my grandma... It's like, well, my grandmother's gone, but I made $45 off the Dow futures. I'm like, that sounds so morbid. I am sorry to come out like that, but like, geez, Crow. It's like, she just, like, yeah, we're gonna tip the charts your way. Yeah, we're gonna tip the charts your way. So, back on topic. Set this aside for now. I can't believe there is still a sealed freaking tape in there. That's incredible. Yeah, I'm gonna pop open the charts here. Fuck it. Screw it. I don't care. Alright, 1 second. One moment, guys. Of course, I typed it incorrectly. Go figure. I'm typing shit incorrectly. I can't do anything right. Okay. Load, please. Thank you. Dude, update that. Okay. I might have a band stretcho. I don't know. Stepgefoot. Oh shit. Oh shit. Maybe there could be a reversal coming. I don't know. Anyways, so back on topic. As I'm crying alongside with my siblings, all those flashbacks just like came right in. Like I could remember the house layout top to bottom, including the attic. Like if I were to go into like Minecraft or The Sims and everything, I would build out that house no problem. No problem. It was a blue house. You know, it was a blue house over in Rochester, and it was not a bad looking house. I pass by that house every now and then whenever I'm like delivering and such. And I'm like, thank God you are still standing. Ugh. The house looks great. It's painted differently. But I mean, it's still standing, and that's what matters. So, that worked out nicely. Yay! Let's check a couple of things. Yeah, we may be in for a reversal over on the MES. As for the Dow, not really sure just yet. We'll wait. We'll wait. So we're exchanging stories and everything. Lauren Forrest and I are in the breezeway. And she's like, now she's up with Pop and Meme and such, and this and that. I don't know what the topic was, how it led over to the conversation. My brother might remember. I don't know if Crime is in here. Is Crime in here? Doesn't look it. That's okay. So we're chit-chatting and everything, and then we're just like, Meme would have been mad about that. She would have been, like, come across with, like, a crepe flipper or a spatula or whatever, and be like, whoosh. My grandmother would be like, what did I do? And it's like, hello? Opens up the cloud, sees everything down there. It's like, we saw everything down here. Hello? Like, tears turned into laughs. Tears turned into laughs and such, and then they were happy tears, and they were sad, relief, happy tears. We were saddened of the loss, relieved that she was no longer in pain, and happy that she was at peace and such. So for the few days after um, she passed and everything, all I could think was like all these memories that were flashing back, just coming into my head, flashing in, flashing out, flashing in, flashing out. Like seeing the cartoons on TV and everything, playing video games over at her house, running around in the house and everything, because I thought I was Sonic the Hedgehog and everything. And then, obviously, the Coke and Rum incident. And then, the only one time that Force and I got to ride in Pop's Corvette before he sold it and everything. And there was also the van that Mom and Pop had painted and such and everything. And then there was another van. They had like I think it was a Ford Econoline van. Now, this is one that I need to look up. Ford van with TV. Was it an Econoline? Let me see. I think it could have been an Econoline or something. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, so what was it? My grandparents had this big fucking white van. And inside there was a tube TV, there was a VCR, and somehow there was some connections or whatever, I guess, that you could hook up like an old PlayStation, a Nintendo 64, or a Sega Genesis or something like that. So they had one of those vans. They had like let me see. Images. It was almost like a news van, but it wasn't a news van. It was a Ford, I do remember that. They had one. Yeah, and they had like captain seats in the middle and everything, then a row of seats in the back and everything. You could fit 7 people in there, and then there was cargo space. So it was definitely... Yeah, it was the Econoline. It was the Ford Econoline van. And it had like a higher roof. I'm trying to find a good picture of what it would like represent. There we go. That's a good one. Yeah, let me pop this up on screen here. Yeah, the van right over on the right side over here is what I was kind of referring to. And this would be sort of like the setup right here. I guess they would call conversion vans or something. Not like transit vans, but like the doors would open on one side. You can open up the second side just to fit other shit in there and everything. This was another one right here. You know what? I think Eric would know. Eric would know. Hopefully he's awake. It's only 9:15. Yeah, but it was definitely like this. I do remember that vividly. So, it was definitely that. It wasn't anything like that. It was a tube TV. I do recall that. It was the Econoline. Eric just got back to me. Okay, I had to make sure it was the right model because Eric had that red one just like that actually. So, but yeah, you guys could see that it was like a news van except without the added shit on top and everything. There was no satellite, there was no ladder, there was no antenna like thingies, nothing like that. It was just like this and everything. You gotta go for the night, Estelle. Thank you so much for coming in, and thank you for the kind words. I greatly appreciate it. I will chat with you later. Thank you, Estelle. Yeah. So I can remember the trips and everything. In that van, we took that van from like the airport to the condo in 2001 on our Disney trip. That was the first flight before, and then the flight after 9/11 had happened. Oh, God. That was... Yikes. I'll tell you what, the airport certainly made a huge 180 after that and such. It was nutso. It was nutso. Alright, who messaging me? So I'm gonna have to look at these vans a little bit later. As crazy as that seems. Let's see, where was I? Yeah, so I remember the Florida trip, the first Florida trip. The second Florida trip, we flew into Tampa, and we had to go through traffic, especially over the bridge, the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. Very beautiful. If you guys don't know what that is, look up Tampa Bay Sunshine Skyway Bridge. Very pretty. I'd like to say that's 275. I-275. Hang on. I know I'm getting sidetracked here. Blame my ADHD. I don't care anymore. It was 275. I'm on a roll tonight. Sunshine Skyway Bridge. Oh yeah, that's pretty. Very pretty. Get you in from St. Petersburg and Tampa Bay all the way over to what appears to be Terracea, Memphis, Florida. I did not know there was a Memphis. There was a Bradenton. Gets us over into Bradenton, down into 75. Sarasota, then Osprey, Nokomis, then Venice. Yep. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. Yep. Let's say... Ah! I found my grandparents' old, park. Interesting. Um... Let's see. So all those memories were like flashing back. This was Wednesday, in case anybody was just tuning in and figuring out where we are in the story. Mimi gets transported out professionally, carefully. XYZ. And then my aunt and my cousin help us out, just clearing the hospital bed out of the house. And then we also moved the love seat back into the living room and everything, and everything's placed back to where it was. And then we're still mourning, we're still swapping stories and everything, this and that, remembering the good times and whatnot. And just swapping stories. As stories are going on, I'm coming in and out of my room, just chilling, letting this all sink in and everything, and like playing some games, doing some computer work back here and whatnot. Making sure that the recent video that I uploaded was working out okay and everything. So let me actually go ahead and check up on that. Oh, Hawks is live. Hey. How did our last video do? 22 views. Well, can't win them all. The last video that I had was the Hell of a Shorts reaction. I recorded that Saturday after the scare and such, and then I went back on to edit and everything throughout Saturday, and Sunday I'm like, here, have a vid, see ya. I didn't want to be the guy and just like toss up a video and say, here, have a good one, laters. But I already had enough in my I already had enough things going on. I'm like, I gotta get this out of the way. I'm gonna get this out of the way. I'm gonna try to be positive and everything. I got it out of the way. I got it fixed up. I got it uploaded and taken care of. So there's that. I said it open. Please. Open my recycling bin. Jesus Christ. It's gonna open a whole shitload of things, isn't it? Oh, I only had one thing in there. Aha! So long, I thought I had more things in there. Okay. So yeah, I was doing a little bit of computer work. I was lounging about in here, playing some games. Just taking it easy and everything. Come around 5:30, my aunt and my cousin are leaving. I say my goodbye. And then my sister leaves and such. And then, yeah, we just carried on throughout the rest of the evening, just chilling out and playing video games, just keeping my mind occupied and such. So just keeping to myself, checking in. I called a couple of friends, letting them know, hey, this what happened earlier today. Figured you'd want to know in case I didn't reach out for a little while and such. Told Meg Wednesday night and everything. Speaking of Meg, I gotta actually see. I'm just gonna pop this over here for a moment. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna be seeing Meg tomorrow. Because I had to work Saturday on Valentine's, and Valentine's plus weekend would equal a shitload of packed restaurants and everything, and I didn't want to go through waiting a fuck ton through that. What the hell is that? Eric sent me like a little emote in Facebook. I don't know what it was. Strange. Looks like a character from Invincible. Yeah, so Wednesday night, just chilling out, playing video games. I then like doze off. Okay, what do you want me to do now? Eric wants me to go on TikTok. Hold on. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Give me a second. Shush. Okay. Holy notifications. I know, right? Yeah, I got a shitload of notifications. Are you talking about what you're hearing in the background? That's playing off my laptop. Yeah, I know. I got a shitload of notifications. It could be something in LSPD as well. I'm just double checking, making sure. Oh, nothing in the LSPD. Muted. What do you want out of me? Yeah, I'll throw them a follow. Now that that's out of the way. Okay. So Thursday comes around. I know I'm all over the place here tonight, guys. I apologize. Thursday comes around, and Mom, Force, and I zip out to Concord and everything because we had to get a couple things done. Mom had an appointment with a funeral home, I guess. Take care of what comes next and this and that. So we're zipping back and forth around Concord and everything. We stop over at Wally World. I had to pick up a few things. And a couple of those new things were some pillows and stuff from my bed because the other ones were getting like flat and they weren't getting really comfortable. So I'm like, I need some new pillows. So I'm going to get some new pillows. Then Mom needed a new laptop because her other one died. I figured out that it was, what was it? I think it was a hard drive error. Yeah, it was a hard drive failure. It was a start of a hard drive failure and everything, so went out, got her a new laptop and everything, and took care of that. Over at Wally World, we picked up a couple new pillows and everything. Picked up some soda, I think, and what else did I get? I needed new Sharpies because my other Sharpies were getting dull. Specifically, my silver Sharpies whenever I sign something like my business cards or whatever. So I'm gonna have to put that over there. And then, in the clearance aisles and everything, Forrest found a KitchenAid mixer. $164 versus $280. So he got that mixer for a really good price. It was like, woo. Especially where later this year he may be building a house. So, but I will let him announce that on his own terms. So we'll keep tuned for that. So, then back over at my store, this past Friday, I had to do some photos and pick up a couple other things and such. So that was, and the photo that I was showing earlier with my grandmother on it, that was one of the photos I had print out and everything, so needed to take care of that. Lily, how are you this evening? It's good to see you. Thank you for dropping on in. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to turn up the music just a smidge. There we go. So, took care of stuff over at Walmart and everything. Then we went over to a craft store. What else did we do? Took care of stuff over at the funeral home. We went over to BAM. We went over to the paper store. If you guys are wondering what the paper store is, think Hallmark. Think Hallmark. Just look up paper store. It's like a Hallmarky kind of stop up for gifts and little things. And then we went over to Red Arrow Diner over along Loudon Road in Concord Heights. Red Arrow Diner has a couple of locations here in New Hampshire, and they've got some really good food. They've got like good waffles, some burgers, breakfast all day, and it's also a 24/7 restaurant. So they've got a location obviously in Concord and obviously in Manchester, and I think a couple other spots. Let me just see. What a Red Arrow Diner. Let me see what they had. Londonderry and Nashua were the other ones and such. So they've had famous guests pass through the diners and everything. Like governors and presidential candidates. Yes, even that one. They've had a couple other lovely people, I would say. And you've got the celebrities who would come around and everything. Let's see. Like you had Adam Sandler come through. The North Dakota governor and stuff. Oh God, he visited the diner? Oh God. Yikes. Plenty of politicians, that's for sure. Plenty of politicians. Yikes, man. Oh, so he visited twice. Oh, he was over by that table. That was the table that I ate at, too. Ah. Yuck. Guy Fieri also visited and everything. And then they had Douchebag in Chief. Let's see who else was there. Congresswomen Hassan and Shaheen, senators. An Italian businessman. Oh. I don't know who you are. John Ratzenberger. Oh. 2021. Kevin Costner, obviously Adam Sandler, Martha Stewart, Ohio governor. They've got all sorts of. They've had all sorts of different people coming through the doors over at their Red Arrow Diner. Yep. Yep. So even ones that are just like, you look at them today. No, there was no mention of Pritzker. No. Dingbat and Chief and his health nut friend were there a couple of times. He just stepped down from Hyatt board a few hours ago. Okay. That's probably going to impact the Hyatt stock tomorrow. I'm going to go ahead and see. Oh, that Pritzker. Oh, okay. Pritzker. Okay, this is a from an article right over here. Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. This is from the article on GuruFocus.com. Pritzker also addressed his past connections with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, expressing regret for his lack of judgment in maintaining those associations. He voiced his disapproval of their actions and stated his deep remorse for the suffering of their victims that had endured. By stepping down, Pritzker aims to prioritize the integrity of Haya and enable a smooth leadership transition. Okay. Okay, I see now. That explains everything. Yeah, we're still. I'm gonna short it on the simulator here. For anybody who does not know, I play around on a stock trade simulator. I like to try to see how well I do and everything. You turd. Come on. There we go. We'll do that. Okay. So, yep, Red Arrow Diner was very good. Let's get back on track here. Because Thursday was a lot of different things. Thursday was Thursday was good. It was peaceful. It was definitely different to wake up in the house without noisy commotion from the from my grandmother or whatever, or anything else like that. Because anytime like the dog would want to play with her, she would be screaming, whatever, or like blame the damn dog and everything for this or that and this and that, whatnot. It was crazy stuff. But it felt so different. Like I awoke after really good sleep and everything, and I'm like, so this actually happened and everything. And this morning as I was waking up, because I woke up at 6, let the dog out, brought her back in because it was pretty freaking cold out there this morning. It's weird because I had a dream that there was something written on the window that said, like, "Are you awake now?" And I guess my grandmother was just like standing there and whatnot. I did not talk about this today up until now, so this is a first for you guys. I guess I saw my grandmother just looking out the window and everything, and that was it. I woke up and then I was getting ready for work. So I fell back asleep at around 6:30 and everything, and just like my alarms went off, and then I'm trying to get up and everything else. So, yep. Weird things, I tell you. Weird things. But, yeah, Thursday was here and there. I was just, like, chilling out, talking to a couple other folks and everything. And then, I had made that post across social media with that picture that I showed you earlier that morning on Thursday. Friday came around, I'm going back to work. And so it's just trying to ease on in with everything else. And over the last couple of days, just taking it day by day, just trying not to let the emotions rule over me as I'm out on the sales floor picking or in the back room sorting and whatnot. It was definitely different because now that worry for my mother with having to deal with all that and everything, it just like after like 9 months of this, it just poofed, it vanished away, and it's like this feels so different. This feels so very different with all this and without her around and whatnot. It's crazy. It's crazy how that works out like that. It's like at first, oh gosh, I now have to worry about my mother and everything, and then I'm worrying about my mother through the 9 months of this. D, thank you so much. Great to see you. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you dropping on by. Um, so I'm like, I have to worry about my mother. 9 months into this, I'm like, okay, do we need anything? Do we need this? Do we need that? What can I do to help out? This, that, and everything. And I just feel for my mother. I would try to take a nap or whatever, and then my grandmother would get into some stupid shit, and then she would throw a fit. Oh, you don't like me, and this and that. And it was like the noodles. Don't get me started on the fucking noodles and everything. Um, oh my goodness. Wow, wow, wow. Let me see here. Kate, welcome on in. Look, I don't know why I felt like I needed to come by today when I searched you back up, but hearing you lost your grandma, maybe that is why I felt I needed to swing back by. It sucks to lose a family member. Yes, it does, Kate. It does. Yes. So what matters is and I will reiterate this to anybody. What matters in all of this is that she passed away peacefully. She was surrounded by loved ones. She was safe. And that's what matters, is that she wasn't suffering anymore with all this crap and everything. So, yeah, it was definitely a rough one, Kate. So thank you so much for dropping by and saying that. That was very kind of you. So I hope you are well. I hope things are going okay. All right. Wait, is that what just happened? Oh, that's probably why all the notifications earlier. I see. I see. I see. I see. I see. Yeah. I honestly am taken aback by having you come on by, Kate. Thank you for your kindness and respect for dropping on by. Appreciate that. Where was I? Yeah, it was like the feeling of worry for my mom and also my dad as well, because he was helping out too. But it was mostly my mother, because it was obviously her mom and everything. Yeah, we'll talk on the side about that. We will talk on the side about that. So, we're not going to do that here on stream. Meg had just messaged me as well. Hold on. I can't spell for shit today. I'm like doing this one-handed over here. I'm like, watch this. Okay. Yeah, Meg is still on for tomorrow. Good. Yes! Hooray! Anyways. Thank you. I turned off the sound effects. For anybody who is wondering, I turned off the sound effects and everything because I wanted to keep it chill. I wanted to ease back in and such. I wanted to keep everything figured out. Also, the reason why my alerts was so freaking loud was because all of the settings in OBS were so freaking loud and everything, so it was just, oh yikes, it was a mess. So I fixed that. Hopefully it doesn't scare the living bejesus out of me here and there, so. Yeah, so. Yeah, but that worry from my mom and everything else going on, it was, it just like, it went away, like, it slowly went away and everything, and I'm just sitting here the last couple of days, I'm like, what is this feeling? Why am I not, like, worrying so much anymore? Why am I not, like, keeping on my toes? Because I felt like a couple days over at work, I was like, does she need anything? Is she behaving? Is my grandmother behaving with my mother? Because what she had was a aggressive form of dementia. It was a aggressive form of dementia. There's all sorts of different dementias out there, and I'm gonna get to that in just a second. But like that wave of like worry just like washed away. It was like scrubbed away throughout the few days, and I'm like, whoa, what? Like I was sleeping a little bit better here and there, and just like not getting woken up for coffee or by screaming and such, or loud voices outside my door and whatnot. Kate, thank you for the follow. Welcome back. So Brooke, I did send you a message. Let me just... that, so... Let me pull up her picture. This is what my grandmother was. Oh, God, I'm getting all sorts of different frickin' screens. No! There we go. There we go. That's better. Now we got it. So this was my grandmother. In case anybody was wondering, if you guys are just joining in, we're back. We are back. Yeah, but that sense of worry just like washed away after like being scrubbed away. I was just like, whoa. Whoa. Crazy, crazy stuff right there. And everything just felt different. Like, yeah, there was a hole in the void there with the loss. And just like, I just, I don't know how to describe it. It's just, it's like, it just suddenly just washed away and then everything's like back to normal. But then I think about it for a little bit and then I realize, my God, this is real. She's gone. And everything. It's like, man, it's rough. So it's been a little bit rough, but I mean, again, we're taking it day by day. We're taking it, we're taking it day by day, and there are some emotions that still come and go and everything. Like the other day, like 2 days after she passed, or the next day after she passed, Thursday, I looked over because there's a trio of like stuffed animals that she gotten from her caretaker, myself, and also my mom. So I gifted my grandmother a stuffed cow, almost like this one. Almost like this one. Don't ask why I have a stuffed cow over here. He's just here. He's soft too. So, I gifted my grandmother like a little soft, plushy cow for Christmas. And there's this cow sitting on a little table over in the corner, and he's still there right now. And I'm like, that cow does not have a human to snuggle with anymore. And I nearly teared up. I nearly teared up because, I mean, she liked the cow for Christmas and everything. I asked my mom, did she really like the cow? And she's like, I bet she did. I bet she did. Yes, I'm very grateful it was not a stuffed Brahmin. She would have been so freaking confused. Why does this have two heads on it? Like, she wouldn't have understood it anyways. With dealing with a person with dementia, where they're not like grasping the concept of different things. Christmas this year was a little bit. Christmas last year was a little bit hard because she tried to get into the presents and everything. That's why we were kind of aiming for gift cards and this and that and such. So it was. And it was like, so what do I do for what do I do for my sister? What do I do for my brother? What do I do for mom? What do I do for dad? What do I do for Meg? And then mom's like, pick up something for your grandmother and everything. And I'm like, I don't know what to get her. She's not gonna grasp a freaking gift card for Subway or like freaking um, Cold Stone Creamery or whatever. And so I'm looking around and I see the stuffed cow. It's like about $10. I'm like, will this work? I'll get her a stuffed animal. And It's like, that's perfect. So, I find the cow. It was perfect. So, yep. Lower the desk down a little bit. Now you can see the cow a little bit better. He is soft as hell. Mom got him off of Whatnot. Like through like the rando pallets. And she had one and everything. And she's like, I had a spare one. And I'm like, I'll take the spare cow. Yay! Yeah. The cow is wicked soft and cuddly, so. But yeah. I think I was going to use him for a little story like this, as sad as it sounds, but, you know. I'm going to put you right back down over here. Thank you. Yeah, but I didn't know what to get her. I was just like, she's not going to be able to grasp anything, so. So let's dive into this. Let's dive into dementia for a minute. Now, obviously, there are different kinds of dementia. Now, when you first hear dementia, you're thinking it's like Alzheimer's. They're just confused and everything. No, it's different. It is very different. They're not like confused. They're not like forgetful. Like, yeah, they are kind of that way, but they're just like deteriorating from the inside. Both mentally and then physically. And with this one, where in this particular case of dementia, this was, like I said, an aggressive form of dementia. This was, there was a number of things that we did not know that could contribute to it. So, like, my grandmother was a cancer survivor. And some of the medicines and everything that she had took for that, like even chemo and everything, even years back, like less than 10 years ago, she nearly died of cancer and such. She's a cancer survivor, so that contributed to that. Diabetes or diabetes also can contributed to this case and such. But like it's crazy how there's all sorts of different types of dementia, and it's still this particular disease and everything is still under research and everything, even with like the best scientists in the world and in the country and everything. Not the scientists or experts back over in DC. Haha. Yeah. No, they're not experts. Dude, don't. I'm trying not to get into politics here on stream. I apologize. And so oh, okay. Alright. So with that, it's more than just confusion. It's all sorts of different things like emotions or mentality or physical strength and everything. And there will obviously be good days, then there will be some bad days and everything. Like the instances of the poopening the poopening was some of the instances that we had and everything, because she wasn't able to control herself or like try to clean herself up. So whenever the poopening happened, obviously it was very gross. It was very disturbing. It made me and my family think, why did we not put some money towards the stock in Clorox? We could have made some money out of that. Jokes aside. Jokes aside. There were instances where she would have issues using the restroom, and then, or like, she would constantly like change her clothes. She would constantly like change her clothes, thinking that she was dirty or something. I don't know. It could have also been like a sensitivity thing. Like when you sweat and you sleep and you're just like, I feel so drenched in everything, I gotta change. I don't know if it was like that kind of mentality. So it was don't even get me started with laundry. That was crazy. Then picking up freaking Depends and everything, trying to have her wear those was like, oh god. It's like, you need to wear this. What? The crazy part with this, obviously, and this has been mentioned before on stream, was like trying to have her understand, like, you need to wear this, wear the diaper, as we called it. And she'd be like, what? You say it like 5 times and she still wouldn't understand. It's like, forget it. Get frustrated and everything. It was frustrating, but I mean, at the same time, it's like after this, it's like, did I honestly have to be mean? Did I honestly push too far? Did I honestly do things right? Did I do this right? Did I do that right? What could I have improved on? You know, so there's a whole lot of what ifs. What could I have done? What if this happened? Or did I do this? Did this work out okay? What could I have done better? There was all sorts of different questions even after, like, she passed. Just even in the few days. So I have a feeling I need to check on something. Hang on. Ow, 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 ow. Mute tab. Okay. So it was definitely it was like a guilty feeling. It was like a guilty feeling. Should I have really yelled at her? Should I have really gotten angry with her? Should I have really gotten irritated? This, that, and everything. Like, this was the disease. It wasn't my grandmother's fault that she had this disease. 1. 2, I was mad at the disease, not my grandmother. 3, it seemed like I was getting angry with my grandmother, but little did I think that it was the disease that's doing all this and everything, so that's why it was even more frustrating. So Why is this upbeat? Dude, are you kidding right now? Why is this upbeat? Good Lord. Hold on, let's try this. Calm. Jazz music, calm. There we go. Alright. Yeah, like I felt like, did I really have to get angry with her over freaking noodles? I'm still kind of mad that a bowl of noodles got wasted right there. But now I have to laugh at it because it's just like, did I really have to get angry with her over a bowl of freaking noodles? Like, did I really have to do that? It was a good bowl of whole wheat noodles, man, and it went to waste. I'm like, damn it, that could have been somebody else's noodles right there. She didn't touch it and everything. The other crazy thing with her was like, she didn't really wash her hand, like try to wash her hands or brush her teeth. So anytime she was blowing, like, or whatever, her breath smelled like crap. It wasn't her fault. It was dementia. Then I guess the hand washing. I'm gonna say dementia as well, but I'm just gonna. Yeah. I'm not gonna pour too much gas on that fire right there. If you know what I mean. So with that, things are running through my head and everything. I'm like, did I really have to get angry with my grandmother? Did I really have to get upset with my grandmother? Did I really have to get upset with how this went or what's been going on? I almost felt like going off and saying, knock it off and stop treating my mom like absolute shit. Like, it was just like, bro, I don't understand. Why are you treating my mom like absolute crap? You freaking little. Stop being a to my mom. Stop it. So there were those things that were running through my head. There were those things that were going on. And it's like the post-mortem guilt. I don't know if it would be termed that way. I honestly don't know if I would term it like that, but I mean, I'm just like, yeah. Oh goodness, my neck. I also gotta get a bottle of water too. But like, when it came down to learning about dementia over the past 9 months, there was a lot that we have learned. There was a lot that we learned over the past 9 months. Like, why was my grandmother getting aggro in the evening? Why was my grandmother wanting to go to bed earlier in the evening or in the day? Why was my grandmother acting like this? Why was my grandmother doing things like that? Or just being a little pest, like following my mom around like a puppy dog whenever she was trying to clean, whenever she was trying to cook, whenever Forrest was cooking, whenever I was cooking or cleaning or doing things or trying to help out around the house. Like, why was she being this way? And it's like we have, ooh, excuse me. We had, like, we're thinking about it and we're thinking about it and everything, we did not know about sundowning. I think like a month and a half in, we started learning about sundowning. It's like nobody told us anything about this. Nobody. So we were looking up different things and everything. We were, Mom was reading different things. Mom was reading different books about this disease and everything and how to work around it and everything. Trying this and that. Trying different methods. Trying this and whatnot and such. So it was, it was difficult. That is for darn sure. It was definitely difficult, but I mean, we were learning, as stressful as it was. We were learning, and we were also understanding, even though this was like stressful, irritating, making me mad or driving me nuts and everything, driving everybody nuts. And it's like we're trying to do the best that we can. Then you add in some family members who are just like, hey, this, that, blah, 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 blah. That doesn't help. Doing this doesn't help. Try this. How about this? How about that? Thinking they're such an expert at everything and not exactly seeing what we go through. Like, there would be days where Mom was like, being like, I attacked, like saying, I hate you, this, that, XYZ, and nobody else would see it. Then she would lash out. Then she lashes out in front of my dad and her caretaker towards my mom, and it's like, I believed my mother the whole time that she was getting talked nasty about this. When we started having her caretaker come over and everything, when Mom was helping out with homeless, she's like, I don't need a fucking babysitter. Stop sending me. I'm not a fucking baby. I don't need a fucking babysitter. And it's like, with the way that you're acting, yeah, you kind of do. You kind of do need a babysitter. Sit down, shut up, and deal with it. Ugh. But like, no, we were learning a whole bunch about this, and as frustrating as it was, you know, we learned a whole bunch about what was going on. We learned a whole bunch of why she was acting out, what signs to look out for with sundowning, this and that. But yeah. And yeah, it's difficult. Yes, there were times I was saying that, like, I've accepted that my grandmother's already gone. This is just a disease that took over my grandmother's body and everything. So, as shitty as that sounds, you know, it's like something possessed her, and it's like, that's not my grandmother. That's something else in my grandmother's shell and everything. Where is my grandmother? Give me my grandmother! Be gone, demon! Oh, gosh. But, yeah. But the biggest concerns was, like, her falling, not being able to get up, and then obviously the poopening incidents and such. And then just like balance and everything, we noticed progressively through January that it was progressively getting worse and everything. And it was just like, yeah, this is coming soon. But like throughout the time, we were like, as tough as it was, as we experienced it and everything, it's something that we can all learn from and relate to with other folks that are going through a tough time with this and everything, and say, hey, you know, you are not the only one in this boat, in that boat with that happening. I know the feeling, I've been through it. Let's talk. We'll see what's going on. So, and Meg has gone through that too with her grandmother at her house and everything. That was nutso. But some cases are not. Most of the cases, dementia takes different time forms. It could be deadly weeks later, months later, or even like years later. Like with this, we saw my grandmother progress within 9 months and such, and sadly it took her. With some cases like Meg's grandmother, for example, it took like a few years and everything, and that was a little bit crazy. And that wasn't easy, especially with COVID. Just trying to schedule around everything and see when Meg was available from what I would call guard duty and everything. So that was pretty rough. But yeah, dementia will take different forms. It'll take different. It'll be different within everybody and such. And this is what I have learned over the time and such. So, percent of dementia cases. So according to ChatGPT, dementia cases with Alzheimer's disease, 60 to 80% of dementia cases. Sometimes reversible on dementia. Alzheimer's disease is non-reversible. It's irreversible. It's always progressive. Memory loss, confusion, impaired judgment, and disorientation. Yep. So This is what ChatGPT had defined dementia. What it is, it's an umbrella term describing a decline in mental ability that interferes with daily functioning. Yep. This includes like bodily functions, going to the bathroom, picking up a fork, picking up a cup to drink coffee, using a TV remote, or grasping on and holding or carrying something like a purse or whatever. Causes can result from many conditions, including Alzheimer's, vascular dementia after strokes, Lewy body dementia, frontotemporal dementia, and others. Different. There's also different causes as well. Well, I think this was just a little bit brief. Symptoms of dementia: problems with memory, language, problem solving, and other thinking skills. Personality and behavior changes can also occur. We found that out real quick. That is for damn sure. We found that out real quick there. So, key point. Dementia describes the symptoms, not the disease itself. As for Alzheimer's disease, what it is, a specific brain disease and the leading cause of dementia, 60 to 80% of cases. So it is a leading cause of dementia. Okay. The cause: an abnormal buildup of proteins in and around brain cells, primarily amyloid plaques and tau tangles, which lead to brain cell death over time. Progression is gradual and irreversible, starts with memory problems, then affects language, reasoning, and eventually physical function. Diagnosis is confirmed through cognitive tests, brain imaging, and sometimes biomarkers in spinal fluid or blood. Yeah. But seeing it through, like seeing her thinking, memory, social abilities, interfering with her daily life and everything. Also, the thinking skills and behavior and personality changes. Like, I need a babysitter. Or, like, being angry with the dog or going off on mom. So, yeah, those were different things of dementia right there. So, and it's not always the same. It's never the same in every case. Some of them may be common in cases and such, according to researchers. Other dementia, Lewy body dementia, includes visual hallucinations, fluctuating alertness, and sometimes Parkinson-like movements. So, like body shaking here and there. Vascular dementia often follows strokes and shows a stepwise decline. No, that's not what she had. Frontotemporal dementia tends to affect behavior, judgment, or language first, not memory. Behavior for sure. Behavior for sure. She was, whenever things were not going her way, she would throw a tantrum like a child, because things weren't going her way. I wanted to do this. I wanted candy. Like when mom brought her into the store and they passed by the candy aisle, she wanted to go down the candy aisle because she really liked sugary treats and whatnot. So here, just working in the background, no worries, understandable, totally fine. Did we get a reversal? No, we did not get a reversal. How about them apples? Interesting. And then when Mom was like, "No, we have candy at home and everything." No, Mom, we have candy at home. I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you. You this that and having a fit in my store. Mind you, I was even at work at this time. I did not know any of that was happening. Thank God I was in the back room when that all occurred. I'm like, had I been out on the floor and I saw that, oh my God, I would have been so embarrassed. I would have been like, all right, show's over, everybody. We're good. Be pulling my mom alongside and be like, what the hell just happened? Like, I'm not trying to be mean about it, but like, Jesus. Like, it's nuts. So what's this? Oh, interesting. Huh. I did not know that was a thing right there. But yeah, it's different whenever it comes down to it as such. It was definitely different. It was definitely it was definitely something. Yeah. Says so much while saying so little. Yeah, it's definitely different. It's every case is different. I mean, there's no like common case of like, hey, so we just came in from your blood test. You have dementia. Congratulations. No, it's nothing like that at all. It's different. It's just like with the lengths of the disease, like I said, it could be months, it could be even years and everything. Like in this particular case, she had it for over, I guess, a year and a half, but I only saw it over 9 months since she was living with us and such, so. So yeah, it was rough. So oh goodness. Here we are ranting on and everything and stuff, so first off, obviously I wanna come out to you guys and let you guys know what was going on. What has been happening over here in the background and everything, just dealing with all this stuff and everything. So I want to thank you guys. I seriously want to thank you guys for understanding what I've gone through and understanding the mess that we have been putting up with for the past 9 months. Um, this isn't easy. It is a lot, yeah. Unhumane, it is a lot, dude. It is a lot, man. So it's a lot to go through. It's rough. It wasn't easy. it just seeing her go through that over the past couple of months and everything, and seeing her like deteriorate was pretty rough. It was this was not easy, man. So just going through all that was a little bit rough and everything, and especially a week and a half ago with that big scare and everything. That was pretty freaking. That was definitely the roughest point right there. It was just like that's when I knew I had to step away for a while. So that that was crazy. I lost my grandfather and my father a month apart in 2024. You aren't alone. It gets easier, but you gotta work for it. Exactly, exactly. And this isn't the first time that I have been through loss, and I'm right with you on that. Losing people that you know pretty close apart from each other was something that I have been through too. So, and it sucked. So I lost two family members in my senior year of high school. On the 2nd of March in 2010, my mom gets a phone call saying that her dad, my grandfather, had passed away from a massive heart attack at 67. 67 years old, this guy had a heart attack. Now, mind you, this guy also had some health issues on the side. He was obese, he wasn't really taking good care of his body and everything and such. So, he had congestive heart failure or a heart attack because of the way his health was. He didn't even go to check in to a doctor to get regular checkups like he should have. And I emphasize should have because of the way that he was and everything. Like, for years my parents were telling him he needs to go and see a doctor. He needed to go and see a doctor. When he had passed and when we had the picture up, Mom was saying, "I'm mad at you." Yeah, I had lost my grandfather on the 2nd of March in 2010. And then later that week, as my mom is down in Florida, my great-grandmother, my grandmother's mother, on my mother's side also, fell and shattered her hip. She went in for surgery, but the meds weren't really working with her system, and she passed away a week later after my grandfather keeled over. So yeah, I lost two family members in March of 2010, a week apart from each other. So that was rough as a senior in high school and such. Earlier in that senior year, in September 2009, Meg lost her dad. In September 2009, 3 different types of stage 4 cancer. It was liver, lung, and pancreatic. All of them were stage 4. So fast forward 6 months to those 2 deaths and everything, and it's like, Jesus. Yeah, dude, it was tough. It was definitely tough right there. It was not easy having to deal with that. the celebration of life for my grandfather was a little bit tricky too. So yeah, 2009. At the beginning of 2009, it wasn't too bad. Everything was fine. Meg and I went to our prom and such, which was nice. That was also the same year, at the beginning of 2009. It wasn't just the plane and the Hudson and everything. Yes, I do remember that. As morbid as that sounds, I apologize. It was also around the same time that I took Meg on our first date. The plane and the Hudson Miracle, um, where the captain of the plane, where the plane had hit birds over LaGuardia, and he looped around northern Manhattan and landed the plane safely into the Hudson River. So everybody on board survived that. And the captain, Sully Sullenberger, made sure everybody was out of this plane that was sinking into the Hudson and everything, and then deboarded last of his aircraft. You know how they say the captain goes down with his ship? Well, I mean, this guy was nearly about to go down with his plane. But he was a wholesome human being that made sure everybody was out. Everybody was accounted for and safe. And this was right in New York City. Yep. It was also, I don't know if it was like the second largest water rescue. Hold on a second. The largest water evacuation was 9/11. That was because the attack happened over in lower Manhattan. I'm thinking it was like the second largest. The second largest, in my opinion, water rescue. Because all those boats had to come out and get those folks. Yeah, that was. Yep. That was January 15th. January 15th, 2009. A big bird strike took out both the engines. Yep. Crazy stuff right there. There was a crash into frozen water in the Potomac in 1983 or 84. Oh, I did not know that one. I did not know that one. 1983 Potomac. Are you thinking like 1982? January 13th, 1982. Yep, 1982. Yep. And then just last year, with the helicopter and that commercial plane, commercial little jet. Yep. We had that happen. Ay, ay, ay. That was nutso. Anyways, I gotta get up and use the restroom, so I am gonna take a minute. I will be right back. But again, I want to thank you guys very much for the support and everything. This was definitely not easy to go through over the past 9 months. And actually, you know what? I'm gonna have the camera on for this. Having you guys understand what I've been going through, how difficult it was, and then why I needed to do these chill streams just to like relax because of everything going on. You guys understood that, and most of you guys understood that. Some folks didn't. Were like, eh, but that's besides the point. You guys really, really were kind and respectful and very understanding and everything. So, thank you guys so much for being understanding. It really, really, really means a lot. And, you know, it's just, I knew I was not alone in that battle and everything. I know there are other people who have gone through, kind of worse than what I've gone through, but we're gonna strive on through. We're gonna continue striving on through, and see how things go, even in the aftermath of this. And you know, we're striving on through with this. We're striving on through with this loss and everything, and we're gonna get back into it. We're gonna continue working our way back. So, but give me just a little bit. I gotta use the restroom. We will be right back. Ooh, excuse me. I'll be right back, guys. Sit tight. Alright, I return. Whew, before we get back into the swing of things right here. Just gonna fix up a couple things right over here. What the hell's going on with this cable? There we go. Now I look at that popcorn maker and I'm like, now I want popcorn. God dang it. I could probably do that tomorrow. I don't know. We shall see. Also, I gotta figure out where this sign came from. Not muting your mic is the new reply all. I don't know who had that. Where that popped up from. I never saw that in my life. Never. Alright. Okay. What do I want to do? Because I'm trying to get back into the... swing of things over here. I am trying to get back into things. So... Doesn't look like much is happening on the charts. I'm going to exit out of the charts for the evening. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I haven't done cities for a little while. Ooh, actually, you know, I thought of this. You know, let's do a little bit of cities. Why not? I could have just swung by your house, dropped that off on your desk, and made an exit via your window. You wouldn't have been able to get through the window. Not back there, nor over here, or to the other window over back there. No way. No way. You would have had a clean getaway there, my dude. Alright. Tell you what, let's do Cities 1. Kind of in the mood for Cities 1 tonight. What was my game of choice over here? It was 5M that I had that going. Yeah. I remember now. Yeah, because the last stream I was doing like a security like detail. And like, I don't know if you guys saw towards like the end of the stream. And I kind of have to laugh about it right now. I kind of have to laugh about it right now. Oh, God. Right. Let's see. Alright, let's see. What are we working on? Do we want to see... Yeah, let's go into some warmer territory. It's been a little cold over here. Alright. I'm gonna lower down the desk. Here, we're gonna do some chill cities. I appreciate you guys sticking around and hearing me just ramble on and such. But I'm glad to be back on the air. I'm glad to be here. I don't know if I'm going to be live tomorrow or Wednesday. Thursday, most likely. Yeah, we'll see how Friday is. And obviously, I do want to get back into some RP with you guys. And I did mention this before. I am thinking about checking out Chase RP and everything. That is still on the table. I was going to take a look at it last Thursday, but then shit hit the fan. So it's just a whole bunch of stuff. So I still have to test Chase RP out myself, see how things go. Then we'll try a stream over there with like Elmer or maybe even Squinty. And then what else was there? But I'm still with EOTS and everything. I know that some folks are like, well, what about EOTS? What about Lou and LSPD? I'm still gonna be there. Don't worry. So we're gonna exit on out of that. Okay, there we go. Okay. So where are we? What are we looking at traffic-wise? 74% on the traffic. Excellent. Perfect. And reminder, in this version, I do have to connect the power via the power lines and also the water pipes through the water pipes. So that's one of the biggest things right there. So how are we doing up over here? 128 people service. Okay. Cool. Oh, shit. I forgot to take a... Oh, my God. I look at the demand over here, and then my mod controller up over here. The open demand controller. That's what I forgot to frickin' link. Hang on just a second, because that just... I spaced on that. God damn it. I was talking with somebody on Facebook about it. I'm like, oh man. Alright. Alright. Let me go ahead and address that real quick. I feel like such an asshole. I feel like such an asshole. I said I would take a look into it and then... Like... Oh my god. Where is it? There it is. Okay, too many side conversations right there. Yeah. OG cities, yeah, we're rocking the OG cities this evening. I'm not gonna piddle around with Cities 2 and wait 30 minutes for it to boot. It doesn't take 30 minutes to boot, I'm just saying. I was just exaggerating that. But yeah, we're just pooping around. We just be pooping around. There we go. There's that. I almost want to do like a little trail or something right here, but I'm not. Not with that giant rock right there. I'm just gonna move that over just a little bit. There we go. Perfect. At least everything is stable in this, Karen. At least everything in here is stable. Wait a second. This is the wrong load. Shit. This is the wrong load. Hold on. Man. I just realized that according to you, Karen, yeah. I actually had to deliver to a place with the customer's name Karen. Surprisingly, and I mean this realistically and jokingly, of course. Realistically, this was somebody that I knew, and this was my old boss before starting over at Walmart. And jokingly, she came out speaking to me asking for my manager. No, I didn't see her. No, I didn't crash. I got the wrong save file loaded up. That's what was going on there. I had the wrong save file opened up. Yeah, this should be it. That should be it. this off. Lighting's fine. Yeah, we're golden. Sweet. Why are we disconnected? The fuck are we doing? Okay. We're gonna put offices over here. We're gonna put offices up over here. Counteract the noise from here to the residence over here. So we're gonna do that. Zip this down to... I'll do that all the way down to there. Oh, what the hell, we'll do that. Okay. What's that office that smells so bad? It's the office that runs the sewage treatment plant over here. They look down from the office building and control it with their computers. I'm looking at this and, you know, I realize now this could have been a roundabout right here, or this all around could have been a roundabout. Robotic plumbers unite. Robotic plumbers unite. $20 a night. That's fucking cheap. Lots of people, though. That is for certain. Lots of peoples. Do some sandy shops. We'll do that. Yeah. Uh-huh. Karen McTrash is complaining that her garbage is piling up in the streets. Then why don't you do something about that, Karen? I'm the new mayor. I'm gonna take care of your trash. Psych! Pay your taxes! Don't forget to vote for me in the midterms. Oh my gosh. What the hell is going on over here? Oh! Okay, that's a problem. The fuck is going on over here? Oh, well, I guess that works there. There's that, there's that. There's that. I'll do that. Suppose what I could do over here. Yeah, you know what? I am gonna do something different right over here. Where the heck was it? I gotta do it through traffic manager. Now I do have to destroy a couple of houses. Ooh, noisy, noisy, noisy. Actually, this could actually use... Nah, I don't want the bicycle lanes. Fuck the bicycle lanes. No, we'll do that. We'll do that. So what I will do with this junction over here, I'm just going to say keep going, no crossing, no crossing. Why would anybody cross on those? I do not know, but that's totally fine. Speed limit wise, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna say, let's say 50 miles an hour on that. About 35 here, 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 and 30 right there. Perfect. Okay. Excellent. So that will be able to work. Now, actually, is this 50 all the way through? Yeah, it's 50 all the way through. Is it going to affect anything down over here? No, it is not. Excellent. Okay, so right about, I'm going to say here, we're going to do 35 miles an hour. We'll give it a 3 right there. We'll do... Oh. It's funny that you mentioned Sandy Shores, Brooke. It's very funny that you mentioned Sandy Shores. Because I was talking with Colby the other night. And we found the huge inspiration for Sandy Shores, didn't we? Oh, man. We found... oh, man. It was, something that you would not have wanted to go to, for sure. Sasso Balls has... Oh, no. Oh, God. Suppose suppose we could probably do something. We're gonna log over back here. I suppose we could do something right over back here. Alright. Oh my lord. Yeah, it's called the Salton Sea, over in California, east of Los Angeles. There's actually, Colby knows a little bit more about it than I do. But basically, what it was it was this prime tourist attraction. This was supposed to be a prime tourist attraction back in the mid-century and such. So all those trailers and everything in Sandy Shores, then you have like Grapeseed and such right there. That is what's based out of the Salton Sea. There was like a desert, desert. What the fuck was the name of it? Desert. Now I gotta look it up. God dang it! Desert City or something. Where the fuck is it? There it is. Desert Shores. Yes, there's. Yeah, it was Desert Shores, California. And then you have Bombay Beach. Which just looks like an absolute freaking shit show. It was an ecological man-made disaster, yes. The Sonny Bono Salton Sea National Wildlife Refuge. What are they refuging over there? What are they trying to refuge over there? It's gone, man. Like, that dream is long gone. Mutated bugs, yes. Yeah, I would assume so too. Mutated bugs, yeah. At the rate things are going, yeah, I'm a count on that. Kinda, yeah. Probably would explain the red roaches in Los Angeles for the Amazon series. Tricky little buggers, I tell ya. Oops. And again, the number one thing Sonic forgets in City Skylines is always the water. It's always the water with me. I tend to forget that every darn time. Like clockwork, everybody. Like clockwork. He's done it again. Alright. Wasn't I zoning something over here? I think I was doing like a whole like district or town over here. Yeah, you know what? Let's do a little bit of landscaping right over here. So we're gonna boop, do that. Hey, no more sounds. There we go. Soften that up. I just put these houses in. Why are we on fire already? Oh, because you guys don't really have a area fire station. That's why. Duh. Oops. Guess I'm gonna have to put one over here, aren't I? Oh my gosh. You guys couldn't handle for 5 seconds. 5 seconds you guys couldn't handle yourselves. Dear Lord. Probably. I don't know. Oh, shut up. I hear Bella whining outside my door. She's not getting in, though. She is not going to come in, though, tonight. She's not coming into the room tonight. Because this morning she got a little bit sick. Guess what I could do is like start planning this out. This could honestly be fixed up. Ugh. Did you make a Deathclaw quarry yet? No. No.
Before we do anything, I did remember. I've never heard of that. Oh! Hello. Good evening. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. Yeah, we're chilling out with some cities, and after chit-chatting earlier about Grammy Ma. So, for those of you guys who have joined alongside with Cheeto, welcome. If you guys need to raid and run, totally fine, understandable. My name is Chris. I am Sonic Citizen with the One. Thank you very much for checking us out. We do City Skylines, we do Fallout, we do GTA RP, and we do a bunch of different games and such. So, kidding. But tonight is just a chill night, getting back into the swing of things. Welcome, Cheeto. Thank you. Yeah. Getting back into the swing of things after being out for a little while due to some family health emergencies and such, so. But yeah, we are here, man. Trying to get back into the swing of things. probably not going to be anything right there, so. Hope I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. I'm holding in. One step at a time. One day at a time. Yeah, I am just a little beat after today. But just chillaxing and holding in with everything going on and such. So it's been definitely a crazy ride. Leave a tab open. No worries, thank you. gosh. Hmm. 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 Alright, guys. I am going to call it for this evening. Hmm. Yeah. because I am beat. I am exhausted. I am tired. And I am going to go to bed. But thank you guys very much for coming on in. I hope you guys enjoyed yourselves very much. I know this was definitely a catch-up stream for sure. But, I will just end it here for now. But thank you guys very much for coming in. I hope you guys have a wonderful evening. Yeah, as we pick up on some stuff, we'll be getting back to normal, and then we'll have to pause again, because in March, Meg and I head out to Orlando. But, yeah. We'll see where things go. But, guys, I'm on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram at Sonic071. Don't forget, you guys can check me out over on Blue Sky, Threads, TikTok, and YouTube at Sonic071. Thank you all very much for watching. As always, take care, stay safe. Much love to you. We will see you all in the next one. Enjoy your evening, guys.